Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Speedy, Martin, Ken, Mr. Clown. Hey, Paul. Remy, Dark Neutrino, and Mitchell, and Andy. How's everyone doing? I've had a busy week. A few little changes. Tried to tweak my stream layout. Let me know what you think. Hey, Jaeger. Hey, Jorg? Is that how you say that? Kinko? Tracy? Nathan? How you guys doing? Let me get some music started. Hey, Peter from London. Jose. Okay. So let me know how the volume, I spent some time on a test stream last night setting things up because I have some changes, some exciting changes. So the person who was helping me, Jared, was helping me last night, said the volumes were good, but it's always nice to get some confirmation. So I got a surprise package on Friday, and I'm pretty excited about. LDO decided to sponsor the channel a little bit. They sent me a new camera. So it is this guy. And I'm dubbing it Charlie Cam because really the whole reason is to get a big view of Charlie, right? You don't need to see me. So I'm going to tweak it a little bit. Right now it's running off of a USB connection, but I've got a dummy battery coming so I can run it through a cam link. So little bit choppy, slightly on the video over USB, but I expect that'll go away with the HDMI connection. Hey, Dimitri. Hey, Peacemaker. We'll get an early view of Charlie just to show off the Charlie Cam. He's doing well though. No more donut, no more cone. It'll be a while before he grows back his hair. But yeah. So I have an ambitious schedule today. I'm sure I'm gonna have to tone it down. So I already have. I talked last week about doing some stealth burner stuff and some clicky stuff, and I think that's going to be a little much. So we will play with the Nevermore, sans carbon media because I don't have any, but it'll still help to circulate air in the chamber. We're going to finish off some of the little details of the build, and we're going to do input shaper. So I think that's a good start. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, I'm going to set him back down so he can go back to sleep. Plenty to do. Okay. One at a time, see what gets done. Absolutely, Chris. So yeah, I made some settings changes. Hopefully get a little less of the lockups. We'll see. Maybe I jinxed it. I have the Amplify Alien that I said I got. That's all hooked up. Everything's running. That was a really quick install. That was no problem at all. What else? Updates before we get going on here. You guys heard, I'm sure you heard, the Revo Voron. Is that exciting? DJ Natty, that is on my mind every day. The GitHub repo. But back to the Revo Voron. official E3D hard-mounted heatsink solution designed by the Voron team. That's amazing. That's incredible. I have one here. I was a little close on my first layer, so the commemorative Sanjay silhouette didn't come out as great as I'd hoped. But, you know, this nice red heatsink that will get hidden. You can't see it from the front, but the idea is there. And this is my beta Revo held together with Kapton tape now because the early socks around the heater get brittle. But yeah, that's pretty cool. And then the idea, if you really wanted to, you can use this with the classic V6 heater block and a Hemera heat brake. This is a titanium one, but this threads right on. Speedy. So the whole Revo ecosystem is going to grow. So I would expect higher flow solutions. This is the very beginning of it. So, Kenneth, I'm finally done wiring, but I'm looking ahead. I want to know how to run the wire for the rear exhaust fan and the Logitech C920. Where and how would it run both to the bottom compartment? Now, I'm not quite sure on the camera. That depends on your printer and the specific mounting location. But I think if you look at the end of my Trident build, I went through routing some wiring for the rear exhaust fan. So Martin, the E3D is going to list it once they're rolling with the Revo stuff. I heard March, maybe February. I don't remember. So, okay, where are we at? Are you guys? Is the music okay? Is the volume level okay? Jaeger, yeah. The Trident was the first one I'd actually bothered to put the rear exhaust fan on. Awesome. Okay, what do we want to do first? Got a lot of things to do. Let's finish up stuff from the last build. Let's start with these handles that came with the kit. So these are a little die-cast aluminum handle. Music is a little quiet. Okay, well, let's see if anybody else thinks that too. So these die-cast aluminum handles, they mount to, let's see if I can get some other angles going here. I've installed one, so this is the handle. I don't have it centered, but it installs with these little, hey Kilo. It installs with these little spacers. So it spaces it up above the acrylic paneling. And then a couple of T-nuts. It's not too complicated of an install. So let's see what we have. These are the spacer, and they probably need a little tweaking still to get the fit right. The handle mounts at a little bit of an angle right now. Not too worried about it. I just want to get it in there. So. Let's see what I can do here. Yeah, I can do. That was annoying. I can do something like that. How's the Subaru build going? My Subaru build's basically done. I just drive it. Let's see if I can do this effectively. Find the, there we are. Kind of do it a little blind. The extruder body been updated on 2.4 STL, printed the LDO extruder mount for the PCB and isn't compatible with Voron 1.8 extruder body. There is a, for the PCB one, there is an alternate piece that is linked on the Voron docs, but I mean on the LDO docs, but I think is, there we go. Available on like Hart's GitHub repo as well, or maybe the Voron hardware repo. Hey Jared. Hey Daniel from Upper Austria. Something unusual happening to the NeoPixels of my stealth burner. They get stuck if I don't touch the printer for some time. Doesn't matter if I restart firmware and or Klipper. I'm not quite sure. There's a whole LED and lighting thread in the stealth burner beta channel. Maybe check there. Daniel Hackle, the printer piece under this handle, did you make it yourself? I tweaked it. LDO had one. I made a little design change on it, but not much. Tweak the way this sits. There we go. Hey, Chris. So what do we have? We have Upper Austria and Lower Austria. Hey, Ludwig. So handles were left over from last time, and bottom panel. So I put the bottom panel on all my printers that have one. So I got the pieces for that. And I pre-removed the backing off the acrylic this time. Not sure if right now is the greatest time to install that or not, because we're going to have to get in and out of the bottom panel quite a bit. I think I'm going to save that. It's ready, but I think I'm going to save it for near the end of the string. Well, I'm sure we'll get another Charlie sighting here, Kilo. Especially on the new Charlie cam. Let's do, okay, so what else did we have left over from last? I put the last hinge on, and I found the one I printed. I don't remember where it was, but I found it. So let's go through firmware. Let's go through firmware settings, because we're gonna want the latest update and the for the input shaping, make sure everything's up to current. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna go to the printer. Come down here to the machine tab, and I'm just gonna refresh for all the updates. I'm not ever quite 100% sure on what order to do these updates. I think I'm going to go Moonraker, main cell, Klipper. But I'm not sure if that's correct. Am I missing a chat? Oh, there we are. Moonraker first? Yeah. Echo to Papa 2. Do you recommend 3 door hinges instead of 2? I do. So when I built my very first Voron, the spec was 2 door hinges. I did 3 anyway. And now that I'm on the design team, I've had an opportunity to put it in, put 3 in all the CAD. So the 3 hinges, I think, is the best way to go for any of the sizes. Top down. Okay, that is done. So Jared's saying Moonraker first, and Kilo's saying Moonraker second. Let's go in the order that they appear. Update. Hey, Asa. Done. Moonraker. Try to click all of them at the same time. Sounds like a great idea. I gotta remember to look up here more. I might have to shift this camera over so it's directly above chat. It's a little over to the side. Mathis, there's nothing on the pipeline for Switchwire right now. It's pretty solid. I do want to go through and do some like cleanup of the CAD for the most part. Maybe go through and check to make sure all the chamfers are in the right spots and stuff like that, but nothing design changing. Okay, so it is doing its reset. Let's try again. Here we are. Update finished. Now we're going to do Klipper. Mark, is there a mini stealth burner coming for V0.1? I'm not sure, but I know that Nemgria, the developer, likes the looks of stealth burners, so we'll see. Echo 2 Pop, has a Mike 6 bed been considered for Switchwire? No. That's a heavy mass to be moving on a bed flinger. So besides the bed itself, you need some way to mount it to the carriage. So you're going to have even more weight than the bed itself. Sanity, yeah, that's one of the updates that'll go out there as an option for the sensorless homing, the Y-belt mount. Superconductor, will you be doing a conclusion video summarizing your experience with this LDO kit? Probably not a dedicated video, just kind of the sum. I mean, this was given to me as a pre-release kit for the purposes of finding the things that are wrong with it. And we found a list of things that, and that's good because LDO has been given an opportunity to change things for stuff going out to you. So for what I've seen and the entire package, as I know it's going to go to customers, I think it's pretty sweet. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this being one of my main printers that I go to in the stable, in the farm. Okay, did this finish? Okay, so Klipper is done. So now we are probably out of, yep, you see this? It's hard to see with the chat there, but we're getting an error on the MCU. So now we got to update the MCU. So I'm going to refer to the Klipper documentation. And I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm going, before I get too far along this path, but I think we can do the SD card updates on the Octopus. So we're going to come down here and we're going to follow this procedure here for updating the MCU. So let's open up a command window. I'm going to switch back and forth here, but we're going to SSH to the Pi. Hey, Mr. Jada D, greetings from Norway. Hello. Oh, I mistyped my password. There we go. Yeah, I think we can do a direct USB flash on this. So we are going to stop the Klipper surface. Then we're going to move to, we've already done our update via the interface, so we don't need to do this git pull. But we're going to do these first two commands, and let me see if I can get these in somewhere where we can see them. Here. Okay. So we're going to stop the service. We'll find out here, Eric. If not, we'll do it via the SD card, but I'm pretty sure we can. Change to the Klipper folder. Make clean. Make menu config. And all of this is still set up. All of this is still set up, so we're going to leave this. So the correct processor model, all the bootloader offsets, all of this is set from when we flashed it the first time. So let's escape here. And then we make, oops. Now, I want to know, so this script here that we run, we need the device ID, right? Does ACM0 work for USB by default? Or do I need to put the full device ID? And then this part here is telling it which board you have. Now, if you look at this documentation down here, we can run this script to list the boards that are supported. So let's run this script. to list the boards that are supported. And we should find... Do we not have an octopus? Is it not supported? I thought octopus was supported. Am I missing it here? I don't see it. There's nothing in the generic. That's okay. We're the same up to this point. We have the same process. Yeah, I don't see anything here with the 446 processor. But still, we have the same basic process to this point. All we have to do is win SCP over to the Pi, grab the firmware.bin file or Klipper.bin, and then put it on the thing. So let's do that. I'm not going to hang up. I'll see if that should be doable. Maybe we can do it another time. I'm going to shut down the printer. All this stuff out of here and save it for the next. There may still be a way to do that. I just don't want to sit here on stream fumbling through it. There's a few ways to go about many things on this in these processes. We'll just go to the one that we know works. So we're going to take the SD card out of the octopus, grab my little adapter reader, put it in the computer, run WinSCP. We're going to log in. We set all this up last stream, remember? Oh! We're going to log in once we turn the... I forgot to grab that before I turned it off. I forgot to grab it before we turned it off. Hey, Maker Viking. That's a silly error. Let's get it booted back up. It's probably booted back up. Reconnect. There we are. And we're already in this folder. We've got a 1025 create date. That's when we did the make. So we're just gonna grab this and throw it in my downloads folder. Might as well rename it right here. Firmware.bin, And now we can go back and shut down the printer again. I've got an octopus running on the Trident over here. I'll play around with your suggestion there, Echo2 Papa, or if I find something else after. I don't want to clog up the stream with that. I got a ambitious schedule today, so now we're gonna take the SD card out of the octopus, put it in the computer. The problem is I don't understand that script, so I'm not comfortable going through and just doing that. Let's throw, so firmware.bin, I'm gonna send that to my SD card. And we're gonna confirm it got there. There's the old file from last week. That can stay there, that's fine. Yeah, wait. Got two different size screens and the windows are kind of odd going between them. Anyway. Alright, let's get this back up on its feet. Turn back on. Let's utilize that handle. And power it on. Hey, Nirikyo. Good morning. Oh, did I? Mr. Clown, thank you. Mark, this entire build series has been invaluable. Thank you. Really looking forward to getting a 2.4 kit. 20 Canadian. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I'm sorry for missing that. Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Clown. Hey, Pex Peppers. This thing power up. Aha. Looks like we're doing good. Reconnect. We are up and running. Next thing is, what's the command used to keep the lights from flickering when heating the bed? There's a, there's a cycle. Is that the cycle time, or is it? Let's see, is there a, not temperature fan, isn't there a heater, bed heater? Where is that? PWM cycle time. That's here. Let's see if we can find that. PWM cycle time. We should have, we have that, but where's the explanation on what that does? Do you guys know if there's a explanation out here, or is it just one of those? What's the value that goes for PWM cycle time? Ah, see the extruder section. Where's the extruder section? Really? I was hoping to find the section where we can get that information. Just kind of going through the idea of how do you find something like that. If you can find the extruder section, it's going to explain it. Extruder 1, Feel Touch. Anyway, back to what we're doing. Here. Thank you, Kilo. No, that's not what I wanted. I'm trying to show. Here's your extruder reference. Now, why did that not come up when I searched for extruder? PWM cycle time explanation is here. Okay. Let's go back and set up for input shaper. We're going to go to Klipper docs. Where is the measuring resonance? Resonance compensation. So we are going to use the kit that this came with, and it includes this thin, this is an IDC ribbon cable, or what are those called? It has some hardware. And a couple of PCBs that I haven't opened yet. So there's a Pi side PCB and the sensor that mounts to the tool head. And then there is, dropped it, there is a LDO provided printed part that mounts to the bottom of the tool carriage here, using the longer screws, I think, that they provide. So let's do a couple of things. Where do we want to start? Let's go to the LDO docs. Input Shaper Toolkit. And they have some information here. I've got a mini afterburner mount and an afterburner mount. And I'm sure a stealth burner mount will come. A nice little drawing of the circuit board so you can design your own. And then this is important, the way that this ribbon cable gets installed, and then how they install on the Pi. So this picture here is showing, if you notice there's an extra 2 pins, these are just for mounting. They don't actually connect to anything. All of your connections are over here. Chris, I think we're thinking of putting a mount on the side of the X carriage instead of on the front of the stealth burner. I made this little printed part to try, but I don't like it in that you're adding a bunch of weight to the front of the stealth burner, and it's not in an ideal location either. This was just a play around, see how it worked. It may work well enough to get a value, but it's not optimal. Okay. Yeah, Speedy, that, like I said, it's not a great solution. I was just looking at what was available. I think us putting it on the side of the carriage is better. Before you can start running Input Shaper, you need to install a few software packages. Software installation, so I think this points to Klipper. And then the rest of this. So the thing we need to know here is how this connects to the Pi and how that connects to the afterburner. So this is good. So we go back to the Klipper documentation. Hey, Kiloprints. And this talks about, now we want to go to the measuring resonances. This has the documentation for installation and wiring. Now I believe that the Mainsail OS package that we installed has the correct software packages installed. So we're gonna go past, we're gonna go, this software installation here I think has already been done. However, we do need to, if we keep going, we need to set up the Pi as the Linux MCU. So we're going to follow these instructions to set up the Pi as a secondary MCU. This is where we're going to go. So everything turned on. Let's reconnect to the Pi. Go to the Klipper folder, and we're going to run this. Let's look at here. The Klipper MCU process must be run before the Clippy process. After installing Klipper, install the script. I think this has already been done as well, right? I don't think it'll hurt to just do it, though. So let's copy that, paste that. Jan, that PCB is from LDO. I believe that they're gonna, once again, it's gonna be another one of those things that they're gonna make available separately as they catch up on kits and supplies, just like they did for a bunch of the V0.1 stuff. And then we're gonna run this next command. I don't know at what point the Mainsail OS already had stuff set up. So those two are run. So now make sure the Linux SPI driver is enabled by running this command. And enabling SPI under the interfacing options menu. Interface option, SPI. Would you like the SPI interface to be enabled? Yes. And it is enabled. Finish. Kenneth, you can be sure that there's going to be a Stealth Burner toolhead PCB. There will be. Okay, now we're going to build the microcontroller code. So we're going to go back to, we're already in the Klipper folder, so we're going to run make menu config, and then we're going to, in the menu, set microcontroller architecture to Linux process, and that's the only change we make. So we're already in Klipper. I'm going to run make menu config. We're going to change the microcontroller architecture to Linux process. And escape and save. Then we're going to stop the Klipper service, make and flash it directly, and then start it. So, sudo service Klipper stop. Make flash. That's going to put that directly on the Pi. Hey, Joseph, Charlie is doing great. He's done with his donut and cone, and he's eating, and he's using his litter box, and he's a little tired, but he's also almost 15 years old. I guess he'll be 15 in June. Okay, that finished. So now we are going to restart the Klipper service. We did not get any of this permission denied errors or anything like that. And then we'll grab the sample config. So, do we have any of that? I don't think that's in the default config. Hi, Mehmetkin. I think you told me before how to pronounce your name or a shortened version of it. But welcome to the stream. We are here. Let's go in before we go to the next step, which is kind of a sidetrack, but we are going to go into our printer config and change a bunch of settings. Dumb question then, why not model the Stealth Burner front cover with 2 screw holes for the PCB? Then that'll interrupt the look. A couple of extra holes there that are just there when you have to do an occasional measurement. Okay, we're in the config, but I want to address another question that came up in chat. Steve, can you give a few words about installing Stealth Burner on the LDO kit toolhead PCB? Mainly, I'm wondering about connectors for fans. I assume PCB has nothing for LDO. So the PCB on here is JST XH for the fan connections, and you can install the Stealth Burner fan assembly with a tool head mount, right? This assembly here will go directly on this setup with this wire cover. All of this, I think, just tucks in there. There might be a minor change to this wire cover, but it will bolt right on to Clockwork 1 or an LGX adapter or Galileo without having to change all this stuff back here that the toolhead board bolts to. So if you want to get the improvements in cooling and part cooling and hot end cooling, you can bolt this assembly right on. Does that clear that up? while we are here, let's bolt this. Grab a couple of the screws that came in this kit. And bolt this little PCB to this printed part. Is that the normal wire cover on the LDO kit? That is the wire cover that was built for the Heart toolhead PCB, and that's linked on the LDO printed parts guide. Okay. That's on there. That's there. Those off to the side. We need to do some configuration. Raspberry Pi sample config. Is this what we're looking for? Back. Multi-MCU sample config. Yeah. Swapped a Revo Micro into your 0.1 today. Oh, did you get a beta unit, or? That's awesome. Is there an example here of the config? Because I got it from something. I don't remember where I got it. Is it in the back? Oh, I think we're too far. This is what we're looking for. Add the following to the printer config. So this is back at the input shaper, the measuring resonances. Since you are measuring XY forces on the V2.4 toolhead with the ADXL, shouldn't it be horizontal instead of vertical? You can change the axes that these are measuring and how it displays. Okay, so we're gonna take this code here. And copy that, and what I'm going to do is I didn't do anything here because I sidetracked and then I stopped my sidetrack. So I'm going to create a new file called, let's say, input shaper.cfg. And we're going to paste this here. Now, there is another command that we can, or another variable we can set to change the axes that it's showing. I don't know if that, it's not documented here what order the result should come out in. But let's just go with the default config and see what happens. We can tweak it if we need to. I'm gonna go to the middle of my bed. $150, 20 millimeters is fine. And save and close. And now in my printer config, I can just come down here and include input shaper.cfg, right? And Saleh? €5. Excellent explanation about stealth burner and LDO PCB. Good. I'm glad that helped. So let's save and close. Well, let's not save and close. I've been wanting to go through. So we want to go through and tweak a few values we talked about last. I didn't want to change anything last stream just for first print. But now let's go through and change a few things in the config. So this is the sidetrack I was going to go on a few minutes ago. Eric, I'm not sure if there's a benefit either way. This is more universal to controllers. You don't have to worry about whether your MCU, because not everybody's running an Octopus. Okay, so stepper X. I want my homing speed to be a whole lot more than 25. Let's just go, I mean, 100 might not even be enough, but we're just going to go to 100. Our currents, we're not going to run a hold current. We're going to just comment that out, and we're not going to interpolate. So we're going to now interpolate. Is that default to, if it's not defined, does it default to false? Let's open a new tab. Does interpolate default to, if it's not defined, does it default to false? Mitchell, I don't have I probably couldn't articulate the explanation on why the hold current. I know that that's the latest recommendation coming from Kevin and others, is to not set a hold current. If you don't set a hold current, then hold current equals run current, right? I'm trying to figure out if interpolate defaults to false if it's not defined. Where's the main? Someone else is obviously way better at searching this than I am. But if you can find the TMC settings with all these explanations in here, it'll tell you. We want to turn interpolation off. So let's just set this to false. And then that takes care of the question. Stealth chop threshold 0. We don't want to run stealth chop. Default is true. Okay, thanks Kilo. Set our Y homing speed. And interpolation. False. And turn off the hold current. Eight seems really low for I don't know what's a good Z homing speed. Let's try faster. What do you guys think is a good homing speed? Jared, Kilo? Interpolation. Off the hold current. If you guys see anything when I'm scrolling through this config that you suggest I change, bring it up. Jared is saying 30. Let's go 30. And if I miss anything, let me know. False. else. Turn off the cold current. Andrew K, thanks for your content. Helps me a lot in my builds. 20 euros. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, interpolation's already off for the extruder. And then, what do we got here? Probe. I wanted to change a couple of things down here. I don't remember what it was, so we'll find it. I'm only using 10 on my trident, but that's lead screw. Yeah. Quad gantry level. Is there a speed setting in here? There we go. Speed's already 100. Okay. Okay. Let's save and restart. Are we going to get an error for not having the... Okay. We are... Oh, and let's go here. Let's turn off that webcam. I don't have a webcam. Where do we... Dashboard. Let's turn off the webcam. There we go. Here. Everything should be hunky-dory. Home at all. Much better on the homing speed. Nice. What's the recommendation on micro steps and what were they set to? What is the current recommendation on micro steps? We are set to 16 right now. What should they be? Go back here. XY, I think it's 32, rest is 16. Okay. 32. And then let's go down to Y. And we're leaving the Z's all at 16. We're leaving the Z drives all at 16. Or should I change those? What would you guys suggest I try here? An unofficial try for Z. Leave it 16? Okay. Save and restart. Since the Z's are geared, I think 16 is a better option. 64 in X and Y and run curve set to 1.4. Holy moly. Depends on the steppers. What steppers are you running? If they're the 2 amp steppers, 1.4 is really high. So let's hook up the ADXL sensor. So let's shut down the printer. And figure this out. Power it off. We go back to the LDO docks, and this picture right here, it doesn't zoom in very well. Oh well. So let's connect the ribbon cable first. So we've got a little PCB here. This little black tab should pop up. Yep. That pops up. And the orientation of that can be seen here because the ribbon cable has a blue side and a contact side. So that's bare contacts, and then the insulated side. This goes in there like that, and then you push. Oops, got that holding. Then you push that tab back into place, and it locks that on. And then looking towards the two pins here. These are just, like I said, these don't have a connection. All they are is for support and to help locate. So these go on the very end pins on the GPIO header here, the closest to the USB ports. So on the very end, and that will automatically line up the rest of the pins where they need to go on the header. Are they? Let's see here. We open image in new tab. Oh yeah, there we go. Thanks for that suggestion. So you see there how the two pins go over there towards the to the far end of the GPIO header. And then I'm just feeding this cable just right through the front skirt. That's there. So just here through one of the openings in the front, and then we'll flip this thing back on its feet. Now we take the sensor end and back to our reference here. We can close this. Back to our reference document here, and we can see what orientation that goes. I can put this. See what we got here. linked to the little PCB. I don't think it's not available for sell on its own yet, I don't think. But this is very similar process if you just buy the ADXL board from Amazon. Where did I put mine? I don't know where mine is right now, but it's basically the same processes. Should have a couple of longer screws in the kit. To attach this guy to. These seem really long. I think they're intending us to go up here. I kind of like the idea of putting it down here. What do you guys think? Let's try some slightly longer screws. Oops. Maybe not long enough. Well, maybe those are what I needed. Maybe they are what I needed. They seem too long. But they weren't. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious what this is going to look like too. So that is on. Out of the way. We don't need our doors closed for this. We don't run this hot. Running it cold is fine. Power the printer up. Yeah, that is quite a long cable. This is a 300 build. It doesn't need to be any longer for a 350, really. Printer boot up. Okay, printer's up and running. Let's go to here. Don't need that. We're going to go back to our measuring resonances. We should, let's see, we are going to test a connection. Where's that? Accelerometer query. We're going to run this command. Here. I think you can see that. Let me bring this up. There we go. Okay, we're getting ADXL values. go back here. This is going to say you should see the current measurements from the accelerometers, including the free fall acceleration. If you get any errors, so we didn't get any errors, so that's good. So now we want to measure the axis noise. Run that. And these, we get some values. Now what does that mean? Should get some baseline numbers for the noise of the accelerometer on the axis. Should be somewhere in the range of 1 to 100. Too high, 1,000 or more, can be an indication of issues. So we got everything 11 to 19, so we're good. Hey, Dr. Ronnie. I don't need this page anymore. So now we can run our measurements. So let's home the printer. Making sure that we're not going to snag our cable on anything. Now, if I run this, will it automatically put it at 150, 150? I'm not gonna. G0X150Y50Z20. F fast. Okay. Hi, John from Hungary. Welcome. And we're gonna run a test on the x-axis. So we're gonna copy that. Paste it here and run it. And I don't know which camera we can get a decent look at this with. At a certain point, you're not going to see it vibrate, but it's doing it. Yeah, a QGL might have been a good idea, huh? I can rerun it. We'll see if the values change. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And honestly, I don't know if it'll make any difference. Just let the doors be closed. Hey, Tristan. I don't know if my the microphone will pick up the sound as this. If you notice here, it's running through the frequencies, so it's vibrating the tool head very quickly at 88 hertz right now. And it'll go up to, what is it, like 120 or something? .133 hertz is what it maxed out at. Calculations. Let's see here. Where did I put my... Now, if we... I think... might be able to get some sort of hold on. You can't see this once it hits a certain frequency, but we might be able to get some view here because we're going to run the same thing, but in Y. I don't know if the camera will actually pick it up, but yeah, you can see it. So it starts out a low frequency, and you'll very quickly hit a point where we won't be able to see it on the... Won't be able to see it on the camera. Yeah, Tristan, this does not need to be run often. That's why running this little ribbon cable into the bottom chamber isn't too arduous. Yes, Chris, I would rerun input shaper anytime you make any change. I would run it every time you disassemble and reassemble the tool head. But certainly when you change your belt tensions and if you change any parts on the tool head. Anytime you're going to affect weight, or not just weight, but weight distribution. And definitely belt tension is going to make a difference as well. It's up over 100 hertz right now. Hey, Jason. Everybody say hi, Jason. Yeah, Ken, you can move this around between your printers. You only need one kit. Hey, Jason, thank you. Okay, so that finished. And it's going to wait for the calculations, and it has written the files. So if we go back here to our documentation on Klipper documentation, now we can go down and it's going to generate 2 CSV files. And there's some commands here to generate the graphs. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to run, we're going to SSH to the Pi and run this command. Hey, Zarp. We're going to reconnect to the Pi. We're going to run that command. Now, this is the error. I saw someone else was getting this error here, and I think that's Kilo. You might be able to help me, or Jared, confirm. I think this is a Python thing. Is that right? Or is this that this doesn't have the numpy installed that I thought Mainsail already had installed? So if I do, what is this? Yeah, so numpy isn't installed. I was under the impression that Mainsail already had this, but I apparently was wrong. So let's go back over here. Let's go to this guy right here, software installation. That's the first thing we run, right? So let's grab this and run that. Ah, so this one needs the Python 3 in front. No? What am I missing? They're using a different Python for the input shaper script. Pip 3, what is that? So you're saying this guy? It's pip for Python 3, okay. Sorry, I am not up to speed on all this. So this guy here? I'm getting a lot of... I'm not able to follow that. Is already in the command, change to pip 3. Oh, I see. Pip 3, thank you. Is this... So that guy right there? No such file or directory. This is, I mean, you're obviously in my area of discomfort, so I appreciate the help. Install pip 3 first. So how do I install pip 3 first? I can't, I'm getting Discord messages, but I can't get to them. Looks like I already have NumPy for Python 2. Install system packages and just follow the Klipper doc. But I did follow the Klipper doc. Do I need to do this guy? Sure. I could use more coffee. I don't think this will take too long. There were only 80 packages, right? Absolutely. There's always time to chat. There are 2 additional commands to finish the installation. This is definitely my weak side. let this finish, Kilo, and I'll try that. I don't have a great way to monitor Discord while I'm on stream, so I'm gonna try what you're talking about too, Jaeger. I'm not ignoring your suggestion. It's hard to catch everything when folks are. It's in the manual. Just read after the line you've copied. Install node. Oh, this guy here. Oops. But that first command didn't run properly. This guy. Yeah, let's get these updates done. It's all right. The yellow text is just a warning. Oops. Oh, okay. Because it already did that. So I need to do the other two commands there. So the next thing I really just need to do is these two, right? Try running your command. Yeah, I will. Let me let this finish. Numpy is already there. Yep. Okay. Oh, I'll let you take care of that, Kilo or Jared. Thank you. What do you guys think? I think I've got a better chat. I think background is a little better. You can read chat on screen a little bit. I tweaked the corner camera, this guy a little bit. How's the overall setup? Is it improved from last week? Sanity, did you find any of the pre-install nuts for M3? That's funny. I'm seeing chat responses in my OBS interface before I'm seeing them in the YouTube Studio interface. Yeah, before you know it, I'm gonna have an intro and an outro. Yeah, Eric, I got a new camera for the corner camera. This guy is brand new as of Friday. It's a Sony ZV-1. and I'm really excited to have it. I can do full screen chat now, and I've dubbed this a Charlie Cam because this will probably be the best view of Charlie. The next step, though, is to hook it up via HDMI and a cam link. Right now it's USB, so it's a little choppy, but it'll get better. The most important thing is a clear view of Charlie, right? If I point at his bed right now, I'm going to be embarrassed at the mess that is on my desk. This is taking a while. What do we got? Whew. Show us my filament stash. My filament stash is split up into three very different areas of the room. One day I'll do a little tour of what I've got going on here. But I think after stream, I'm going to start work on a new workbench. It's going to go back here. I'm 3 feet wide, so I can fit a regular printer on top and a V0, and then a shelf below for another printer. And then along the side, yeah, I know it's finished. Along the side, I'm going to do more filament storage as well. Oops. So that I need some more filament storage, and I can use more more printer storage. So okay, let's see what this is done. So I need to scroll back up and find. Kilo wanted me to try this command. Where are we? Okay. Let's try this. So let's reboot. Let's do a post reboot. So Kosh, I have 2 garages. The format of the house is I'm in a single car garage here, and then the other side of the house, perpendicular to this, is a 2-car garage, and that is where I park my STI. And I have a MPCNC in there, so I do have some pseudo level of CNC routing capability. But the dirty tools are over there, and the cleaner tools are here. Like my resin printer, I have an original LDO Mars I never use. It's over there. Dimitri, yes, I will be doing input shaper after QGL to see if it affected the values. Okay, has this thing, it is still rebooting. Oh, it deleted those? Okay, we'll rerun it. Let's firmware restart. Okay, we're back. We are back. We need to run our input shaper again. So let's make sure. sure that I'm not going to bind up this ribbon cable. And home all. I'm mostly happy with the MPCNC keeping within its capabilities. I thought I was going to try Kilo's command first. It's a regular MPCNC. And yeah, I think I'm just going to go straight to the QGL. I don't need to run that twice. It's not really important to tell if it's going to change. Yeah, let's do this. Does this work? Let's do this. Zarp, do I have a good reason to use main cell instead of fluid? I have fluid on a couple of printers, and I like both interfaces. I like things about both, and I dislike things about both. I hope that fluid continues development and picks it back up, but I'm running main cell on all new installs until there is some movement on fluid. So, I mean, that's kind of the non-answer, but it's the best I can do. I think it's smart to run main cell if you're going in fresh, unless there's a very specific thing that fluid does that you like. Main cell's getting active development, and as soon as fluid gets active development, then I'll continue checking it out on the printers I have it, and then I can make a different decision maybe going forward. Okay, so that finished. So now I can just run this again, right? Oh, I need to QGL. So let me just open this up. I think I can run a QGL without anything interfering. So let's go. And I am too close. Let's move. Now let's QGL. Probe triggered prior to movement. Why is it doing that? I do have. I'm quite skewed right now because I moved it by hand. Maybe I need to. Let's home all. I think my skew is causing a problem right now. I think I'm gonna get a trigger. Yeah, let's unskew it. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, there's configuration changes we can tweak to make that better. But this'll do. Number of retries there. What are we at? 0.045 was that correction, so this should be the last round, hopefully. There we go. Do I still have? Yep. Cool. Let's move it there. And let's do a resonance test. There we go. Quad gantry level is QGL. Our quad gantry leveling. While this is running, I'm going to refill my drink. Yep, Z tilt adjust for Trident and QGL for this. And I forgot to eat breakfast, so I hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna have a little fig bars here. Costco, but close. These are Nature's Bakery. This is a raspberry fig bar, but it comes in a variety pack of regular fig, raspberry, and blueberry. They're all pretty good. Let's run the same thing for Y. What's the printed part under the bed? This is the spacer for the handle that I didn't use, and I forgot it in there. Zero, I couldn't adequately explain why interpolation needs to be false. There's the Klipper newsletter, I think, isn't the latest one, explained that a little bit. Can anybody confirm that? Hey, BBs. Hey, Max. Everybody say hi, RCF. Maxim, you're right. Input shaper should be run in its final location, but this is where it's going to be on camera, so I'll run it again when I put it somewhere. Right, it's not going to change much. Okay, that finished. Hey Kilo, do you think the command as documented on the Klipper side is going to work now, or should I try the command you put out? And if I should, can you repaste it? Hey, Mr. K. So it has written both of those CSV files. Rewritten them since we deleted them. Now we're going to run these files to generate the graphs. Why is that not? There we go. See if that runs. And it is. ZV? That's a little odd. Doesn't it usually recommend MZV? Why? Recommended 2 hump. What does that mean? You'd expect 2 hump. Good job, Jared. So now we have some values, and we can use. Yep, we're gonna bring up. I think we should actually be disconnected here. Oh no, we're still connected. Where do they save these things? Oops. Where do these get saved? Does it tell us here? The script will generate the charts. They're going to be in /temp. /temp, and then here are our 2 files. So let's just grab those. Just copy into my downloads folder is fine. And let's look at X first. Bring this over here. What do you think? How does that look? Is that expected? And then Y, can I just, there's Y. It's some lines. Yeah, different shapers on X and Y are possible. Clean that up by adjusting belt tension. For now, let's go with these values. So now we're going to come down here, and we should have input shaper values to put in. So let's copy this and go to our config file. Printer config. And down in here, up here, I don't know where people prefer to put these, but I'm going to throw this right here. So now shaper frequency for X is going to be what we got. 82.4 hertz using ZV. Let's go 82.4. And then right below that, ZV. And oops. And 70.6 using, I'm going to copy that. Oops. That's not what I wanted. 70.6 using that. Using 2-hump EI. So I created a separate file for the MCU config, so we don't have to have that enabled all the time. So this include here, now I can comment that out and leave the input shaper values in my config, and I don't have to worry about that, the Pi stuff being enabled. Shaper calibrate G-code command. I don't know. Is that new? Is there something in the documentation that has that, or is that something different? So let's save that and restart. It's on the bottom of the page. Max smoothing. Selecting max acceleration, testing custom axes. Input shaper auto calibration. Okay, I've never done this. I'll have to look at this. And then I can change that max acceleration. Besides manually choosing the appropriate to run the following command via Octoprint, this will run the full test of both axes and generate the CSV output. Oh, okay. I'll have to try that next time. And let's go in here and just change that. It's in the custom section. So let's remove all that and move on to the next part. We're not really going to see any results from this until we do a print, but we have other things to install. So let's shut down the printer. I'll have to add max Excel to decel. Okay. Take this stuff off. So we've covered today, we've covered the updating Klipper, updating all the stuff, and input shaper. So now I think we can move on to installing the Nevermore filter setup. There's a custom setting built into Input Shaper for belt tuning. The board bracket is a printed part. If you go to the LDO docs page and go to Voron, I think it's here in the printed parts guide. Maybe. Oh, I thought it was here, but if it's not here, it's under the Input Shaper page, and here's the mounts. I thought it was in the printer specific area too. But there's also documents here to generate your own if you need to. Plug this thing. So this Nevermore filter setup is brand new to me. I don't know much about it. So we're gonna follow their documentation and see how it goes. I got this all twisted and there we go. Put that off to the side. Then I'm going to use these handy dandy handles to get that out of the way. Whew, I can move. Where are we at? Did I miss anything I need to answer? We've got filter parts, a couple of fans. So originally, the kit was going to come with a couple of parts. A 5015 fan with a pre-lengthened and terminated cable, and a bunch of magnets to do the Nevermore V4 filter, which requires some pretty hefty modifications to the fan, I believe. They've switched, and they're going to do the V5. So, that requires two fans, though. But I had some 5015s. I don't know if they're great, but they'll probably work okay for this. Yeah, Max, I already have the handles I modified for my V2. I can throw in the repo. Okay, documentation. So on the LDO docs page, let's go to the 2.4 kit and the printed parts guide. And in here, we have a Nevermore filter. Our Rev A kit includes parts to build a Nevermore Micro V5. Now, I didn't get all the parts, but we'll have enough, and I've got enough stuff from here. But this was originally going to be a V4, like I said. So let's go here. And now we're going to go through this documentation. Yeah, Martin, I took the handles from the 2.2 repo and then simplified them and tweaked them to bolt onto my original V2. I didn't need all the spots to put the door, is basically what I changed. So we're going to be installing this without the filter media because I don't have any, and mostly using it as a air circulator in the chamber. But all the steps, all the assembly is going to be the same. So how much documentation do they have on this? Instructions, assembly instructions for V5. Coming soon. It's similar to V4 though. Okay, that's fine. So let's see. We have the plenum. I think this is what they call the plenum. It's actually two parts. There is a lid. It seemed to print okay. And this is the spot for two fans. Now, let's do some, so we've got a thing here, but the wires, okay, they've got some nifty little wire channels here to come out over here, I guess. I am going to break, and I think it's about to break. I think I might have to fix the wires on this fan. Maybe to try to avoid that, I'm going to put a drop of super glue here and try to keep that from moving. So give me a second, let me find my super glue. Oh, here it is. Here, and some activator. Check the pictures for guides. There's a link to it. Where's that? Just gonna throw this on here before this fan gets ruined. Same on this one. Okay. Yeah, a version with 40/20 fans would be nice, huh? Link to pictures is on the GitHub just above instructions for V5. Okay, I'll check that out. Let's see. Let's go back to, where is home on this keyboard? There we go. V5 Duo. The pictures here, or do I have to go here? See you, Max. Thanks for swinging by. Said they're right above instructions. Assembly, bomb. Are they up in here? Where are the... I'm having fun here. Let's try this. Are there pictures in here? No. Where are these pictures you talk of? All over the place. It was on the dock you were on above directions. They're not in here. And the main README, okay. Is this here? The link above instructions? Assembly album. Is that what we're talking about? Aha. Thank you. So do we have to do anything to these fans? We do. Why? Why? Okay. How are we going to do this? Well, let me cut the ends of these wires off, so enlarge each picture and scroll through like an album. Okay. There we are. Very carefully with the saw blade. How do these... If I expand this, these wires on these fans are ridiculous. I don't mind cutting the end off of that wire. Let's just get a feel for what we've got going on here. This little wire chain is nifty though, or the wire grooves. I know I've got to modify the fan, and I'll probably have to pull this wire out again, but I want to get a feel for what I'm doing. I split the halves and did one half at a time. The half with the fan blades is more precarious. Make sure you don't damage the fan itself. So why are we modifying the fans in the first place here? Is this all for clearance or what? I know I need to modify. I just want to see where the actual clearance issue is. I've got an additional issue here. That tab is, there's not enough clearance there for that tab. The airflow from unmodified is too focused. So what I'm hearing is I don't actually have to modify these fans if all I care about is circulating air underneath the thing, because this is going to go here, and I guess they want the air to be able to go across this whole area. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If I'm only using it as a bed fan, do I need to modify those? Now I need to tweak, I need to cut a little bit of clearance up here. I probably have to do that with both fans, I imagine. And it's just by a little bit. So I am going to pull out my X-Acto knife, see if I can get this done. See if we can capture any capture me avoiding the soft bleedy bits. I think the V5 you don't modify the fans. The smaller Nevermore you do. It looks like on the V5 they want you to modify them just to open up the exit to the fan. But we're gonna go with this. I need a little bit of space here for the. I just need to cut this little bit here. And this isn't really giving you guys any kind of. I only have to go down about halfway. Away. Just a very slight bit of tweaking is needed on this. Every one of these 5015 fans, as we found with the stealth burner setup, is just slightly different. Okay. I don't know if you can see what I did there. I just removed a little bit there, and we'll see. That was enough for that side, but I've got a little clearance issue over here that I didn't notice, and I'm actually going to clip that little nubbin off of the fan. There. Oh, it's in. Kapleon, will 2.4 Rev 2 parts be released before LDO kit will be out? That's the goal. That's the plan. Put heat inserts in the ears and you can secure the fans from the bottom. Set on the in the instructions. Let's see. Got that. That does then go right there. I see the inserts go into the fans themselves. It's in the CAD. Okay. Laying the bomb. Oh, it's got a little spot for a JST connector. I'm just going to go through these because I haven't looked at these. Magnets. And that's it. Okay. Do these actually need? Those were held in there pretty good. Do they actually need to be secured? Bomb says 5 inserts for the plenum. Well, let's do what the bomb says. I'll ignore the cutting the fans part, but I'll follow the rest of it. Assuming I can get these. Assuming I can get the fan out. I don't think they're going to go anywhere. I don't think they're going to rattle. But we'll do it anyway. That's okay. I've not put heat sets into a fan before, so let's do it. The inserts go in from the top. What? I don't see that. I don't see that here. What length screw do they want? What length screw are we supposed to do there? OpenCAD, it'll make sense. Okay, let's do that. I think that's a good idea. Go back to let's open the CAD. It'll give me an opportunity to see how well I can share Fusion 360 on this computer. Hi, Leo. How are you today? Here. Parts guide. LDO docs doesn't have. Oh, what I'm doing, I want to leave these pictures up, so I'm kind of just going the roundabout way to get back to the page. Now I'm going here, and I want. Do we have the whole assembly? Where's the... Is this individual? Is this what I want here? This plenum? Sure. Where's the F3D file? Am I blind? That's what I was downloading, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Okay. Let's see here. Which page is this going to open up on? Let's do this just in case. Oh. Yep, it would have been opening on the wrong one. Let's continue. Continue. Okay, give me a second. I'm setting this up. I want to be able to. This is a good test. See what I can actually do on stream with Fusion 360. Give me just a second. Here. Okay. So Fusion 360. Let's upload that plenum file. Any advice on how many perimeters? I don't know. Is that single? I thought single perimeter for the pressure advanced tower, but pressure advanced tower. But I don't know. It doesn't say in the Klipper doc. How is this? Is this looking okay? As far as let's change my visual style. Ooh. Hey, Dark Neutrino, welcome to the present. Let's turn the, what do we got here? We got a lid. So let's turn that off. Okay. Ooh. We got some 16 millimeter. Oh, what the hell is going on there? 16 millimeter button heads, it looks like. And what are these? 4 millimeter button heads. 4 millimeter? What do we got for the sides? We got some 12 millimeter. That's not a button head. Modeled as a saga head, but that's fine. Cool. So now I'll undo what I just did then. Might as well just put this back in there. And I hope these fans actually work. I just grabbed them off out of my fan box. It definitely needs a little more time to heat up than putting these inserts into ABS. Yeah, bump the temperature up. I'm going to bump the temperature up a little bit. That'll be good. Put the first fan in before the second one. Check how to wire it. Check how the wire is put in. I think I'm okay. Am I gonna run into a problem here when I put this one in? It's warm. I'm gonna modify this little spot here. I don't think I need to cut even as much as I did on the last one to actually fit. There we go. It needs to loop under. This channel I think is for this one, right? Okay, let's look at the pictures. Where'd my mouse go? That goes under. That's the second fan. Oh, well, really? Why is that? Oh, I see. Wow. This is an interesting install. Okay, well, I gotta pull this one out again. It wasn't too bad. So the solder joints on the fan don't break. Yeah, that's a good idea. I super glued them to help strain relieve it, but how many people here have installed one of these? I'm just curious. Okay, so that's out of the way. I'm gonna use that one. I'm gonna use these cheap fans that I have. How many people have installed one of these? Yeah? Mr. K? Your message doesn't show. It should. It takes a little bit. My setup is a little odd. Don't forget to. Oh. Yeah, don't forget to subscribe. I don't say that often. But if someone else is going to bring it up, I'll take the opportunity. So I think I'm going to cut this wire shorter so I don't have to deal with that. And I think I am going to do their little connector here. So I don't need this to be all that long. So let's just get that cut. Armando, can I do an upgrade video with the stealth burner and how to add a PCB to stealth burner going to start your 2.4? I do plan on doing some stealth burner updates on this printer. Okay, so we are going to take this here. Let's see if I can get a better view. Run that through there. And then run it back underneath it. Like that. So running these wires. I'm gonna grab it in here. There we go. So not that way. Not that way. Grab it here so I can pull it. Okay. The cable channel is cool and fiddly. That's a good. There's a lot of stuff like that that's really cool ideas. Ends up being fiddly in practice, but I don't think this is too bad. Oh, I'm gonna have to cut that little nub off the front like I did on the other one. Now this. In, pull this wire as we put that in. Okay. Now, this, I like these wire channels. I like the wire channels. Ta-da! Okay, now I've got wires here. I've got enough room here to do this whole thing they're talking about. So I think I am going to do that, and I'm just going to cut those. Yeah. So 16mm button heads. I probably have those in stainless. I don't have those in black. Where did my... What other things? So we're doing, so we've touched on Nevermore, we've touched on Clicky, we've touched on Euclid. What other kind of mod type projects do you guys want to see? I think nozzle brush is one that I want to do. I just need to figure out which one I want to use or make my own. Heat insert for the lid, that's right. Pin mods and idlers. I'll look at them. I hope these fans actually work when I'm done. Throw a heat set right here. And then we got the filter media chamber. I think needs a heat set, so I'll throw that in at the same time. I think that's all the, we got to do some magnets. I just realized, I think that is a removable support, right? There we go. I was wondering why it looked like I had a layer split there, but I think that was what I was supposed to do with that. This thing printed really well, considering. Okay, very few boogers. That was done on my, I think that was on the orange Trident. That guy, I think, can just go together. Because I'm not going to put any media in there. That's on there. Let's do some wiring. Got this little kit of parts. This guy here is what we want, right? How? Do we have pictures of that in here? Solder those onto there, get some heat shrink, and push it back in. Okay. Find my little heat shrink box. Super Smash Ryolu. This is the Nevermore V5 filter air circulation mod. Where are my... Nope. Gotta find my little heat shrink pieces. Okay, how do I want to best do this? Is this thing cool enough? Yeah, cool enough. Okay, you should hear me now. Can you hear me? You can hear me, but that camera's not working, right? I keep switching in OBS. I don't know if you can hear me now. I hope you can. Okay. The corner camera, I think, is going to be out. The battery did die on the new camera. Sorry. It's new setup. So we're going to go without the corner cam and without the face cam. And I'll fix that. It's just the battery died. On my test last night, I got an hour and 40 minutes out of it, and it didn't even go down. I mean, it went down 1 bar. But apparently 3 hours. It's too much. So you're right, Charlie Cam. I gotta remember that. So let's keep moving. Adjust, adapt, keep moving. So I think this camera still works. Yep. No Charlie Cam. That doesn't mean we won't see him maybe on the other cams, but I have a dummy battery that'll be here tomorrow. I just couldn't get it here in time. That should resolve that issue. Should resolve it. This is very fiddly. But that works. Where's my red? There. There we go. That will work. Where are we at? Martin the engineer, normally, yes, you would have to open the fan outlets wider, but I'm only using this as an air circulation, so I'm not going to. These are PA06s. It doesn't want to focus, but back of hand cam, sorry about that. Okay, so we're gonna put that up there, and I'm gonna touch that with the heat gun. Now we've got to just got this stuff out of the way. I'm going to send these back up in here. And I think we're just going to shove that into there. And the wires can get tucked into the space. I don't know if it's gonna, if super glue will actually work to hold that in place, but I think we might try it. That's gonna go there. So I think on the other side of this is a Nevermore V5 setup, the Weekend Warrior. I'm just going to put a dab of super glue in here and then activate it, hopefully to hold that in place. Just depends on how well the super glue adheres to that nylon JST housing, which is a good question on how well it will. Is there a standard to which side always ground, or do you decide on the spot for each build? So I try to stay consistent. These fans, there is not a standard. I try to stay consistent with that based on the polarity that most fans I've received are set up as. One thing I noticed, and let me see if I can confirm this. Maybe it's not. I'll have to check. There was something, I thought it was on the spider that seemed backwards to me, but see ya, Bruno. I don't have hot glue right here. Hot glue would have been fine, but we'll find out. Dark Neutrino, when am I going to put Stealth Burner and Clockwork 2 on this? So I will probably put Stealth Burner on it before I put Clockwork 2, just because of the toolhead PCB situation. And once there is a proper way to mount the toolhead PCB on there, I'll switch to Clockwork 2. That goes on there, and a screw holds it here, but we need to put some magnets in. So the kit came with a bunch of magnets. And we are going to probably use some super glue once again, although this is pretty close to the heater bed. I think super glue is probably not the best option. But it's what I'm going to use, and we'll see how it lasts. Going to do the T-nuts too. What? I'll talk about. Are you talking about T-nuts to hold this into the frame? I'll talk about that because I have a little concern with this whole design. So let's do more super glue. Although epoxy would probably be the better solution here. have epoxy. And I want all of these to be the same, so I'm just going to go here, 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 and here. And we're going to push all of these in. Should do. I'm gonna let that dry for a little bit and catch up on chat. I think Hart released a back plate for the CW1 to mount the PCB on the stealth burner. Well, you don't need anything special for just using stealth burner. I can bolt a stealth burner to the front of this printer right now and it'll work fine. The new carriage was released as CADs just so the various extruders can be updated while we wait for the stealth burner to come out of beta. The new carriage was released. Hey, Jester. So the various extruders can be updated while we wait for the stealth burner to come out of beta. There's nothing... The only carriage change needed is 4 Clockwork 2, and most of the other designs, some of the other designs won't bolt through the front. Like Clockwork 1 won't bolt through the front. Unless I'm misunderstanding the question. Bob, did you release your little mod for the Big Tree Tech display knob? Sort of. It's in, if you search for files from me in the Trident questions channel on Discord, it's probably the last one I did, so it should be easy to find there. But I can send that to anybody. There's nothing special about its release. Okay, I'm gonna throw these on here. Yeah, it's definitely, Kilo's saying, it's very possible that the carriage might change. Not likely, but very possible. Planning to leave this hobby of 3D printing. Can you say something to boost me up? I don't know. My thoughts, there is not a whole lot like, there's not a whole lot out there like being able to come up with an idea in your head and end up with a physical object representing that idea in the amount of effort and time it takes using 3D printing. I mean, there's things you can make with 3D printing that you can't easily make with any other. That's what has me hooked. It's just being able to realize ideas in my head. Hey, Justin 3D. That guy? Yep. Okay. I am going to put glue here and then push them together. And in this case, I am going to take some activator and spray it here and here and hope I don't screw this up. I'll just hold this together for a second. Custom brackets for everything. Jigs and brackets galore. So, Kaplan, this is a beta Revo, and the sock around the heater got brittle after a while. I caught mine before it completely crumbled, so I put some Kapton tape around it to hold it together. Thanks, 69 Pendolo. All the brackets and jigs. Okay. Nice. Now I think this other piece can go on. What is that hole for? There's 2 holes there. Is that just to keep it symmetrical? Hey, Johnny Boy Tech. We're putting together the Nevermore V5 filter setup. Now I can certainly put some carbon filter in this front piece and use it as it's intended, but today we're not going to. We need a drinking game, shots every time. I change glasses. Yeah, you wouldn't make it out. You wouldn't make it out of here. That's pretty satisfying. Here, let's get a actual look at get a little better view of that color. That other camera washes it out quite a bit. Tomas, 1234 euros. Thank you. What is your favorite build surface? Prusa's textured surface, without a doubt. The Prusa Mark III textured surface. This guy here. I wish it was available in more build sizes. Okay, let's clean up a little bit. This is a pretty long wire. I'm just going to make my power wire right now. You can cover the hotbed with RTV for cars if it's worn out. Yeah, I was briefly thinking, I wonder if you could take a Prusa XL sheet and like use a fiber laser or something to cut out a smaller size out of it and have it be effective and useful. Oh, the hot end with you're right, I could. I kind of didn't. I'm hoping to not have to use this all that much longer and be able to put it on the shelf as a kind of a memento. Yeah. Okay, where is my... It's got to be down here. I don't have room for a 350. I mean, I'm getting ready to build another bench so I can fit the printers I have. And honestly, if I can keep all of my stuff to that 250 and 300 size, it's just a lot easier to deal with for build surfaces and stuff. This is the sorry, Nevermore V5 filter setup. We're about to put some wire on here so we can bring the printer up here and get it into the printer. And then probably call it a day after that. I thought up front as we know, Steve, the question from Thomas must be a rhetorical question. Well, I mean, yeah, the Prusa sheets have been my favorite for a long time. The closest I've found to that in a larger than 250 size is no longer available. This is the Matter Hackers layer lock sheet that they sold probably a year and a half ago, and I think they've changed to a different one now. But I have 2 of these now, and I'm glad to have 2 of them. Oh, you got a little while, Bear. We've probably got at least another 45 minutes of this. But we've been going for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, how are we going to do it? We are going to match my little guy here. There we go. Okay. And a connector housing. Has the clicky mod been installed already? No, we're not going to get to that today. That will go in there. And that is our completed little module here. Barnyard, I have not recorded that info yet, but I can just not turn on the Nevermore filter to test that later. Oh, we got some spam. Thanks, Kilo. Okay, let's clean up a little bit. Over here, this guy up here, and I think we can bring it looks like I got to go back and read whatever Sanity's saying if he's saying much without saying anything. Okay. Stretch before I lift this beast up here. Those handles came in handy. Handy. I wonder if I'll get enough charge onto that camera to switch back to it before the stream's over. Maybe I'll give it another 15 minutes or so and give it a try. See if it gets me through the... oh, it's not going to. Hold on. Let me Do I have an easy way to plug this thing into power? Hold on. I realized I had it unplugged. It wasn't getting any power. Okay, let's go back here and look at, I think we're not too concerned about this stuff now. We're done with this. So let's go back. Let's go back here. I think we can kind of figure out how this thing gets mounted. So we have the cartridge here, this whole assembly. It mounts right in this spot here. Now we need to be able to get in there. We'll figure that out. The concern I have is it uses a screw that goes in from this side and a screw that goes in from this side. Now when you bolt this in here, there's side-to-side play. Just make sure that when you, I don't like fastening something between two rigid objects like this without that being a really tight fit. So what you want to make sure is when you put those in, only tighten one side and then maybe just touch the other side. Don't tighten both sides. You want to tighten probably one side so it doesn't shift, but don't tighten both sides. So it looks like we're using M3s. Let me find my M3 T-nuts. I'm gonna put these into there, here at the front, and then we'll slide it back, and then I'll try to get it in there to tighten when it's in place. Oh. Uh-oh. I don't think that one's being actually difficult, but it's not as easy as the other one. I'm sure it's way easier with the bed off. There we go. Okay, so what length screw are we going to need for this? It's probably in their bomb, but we can figure it out. Let's see if I think that's about right. Is that a 12? Yeah. I've got two 12s right here. So, I'm going to push. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, well, push this through here and see if I can get to it from the other side. There it is. Way more than enough wire. And then start these. There we go. There's one. And loose. CAD says 12 millimeters. That's what I got. So then we're gonna keep these really loose so I can push this back. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to tighten this. Let's put that on there. And let's put this right about there. Is that where it's supposed to be? What do we got? To filter. What's the purpose of this filter thing? To filter. That's true. Hey, Duff. Let's put it right there, right at the edge of that. We'll see if that actually shifted. Now, can I get in here enough to tighten that? Let's try my long screwdriver. There we go. So tightening this side, and then just touching on the other side, just so it doesn't shift around. There we go. I think without knowing more, Alexander, without knowing more, I would suggest cut if you're going to use the carbon media in here. I don't know, I couldn't tell you, have an educated answer on if it's going to actually make a difference. So I would cut it if you're going to use the media. Nice. And that comes out nice and easy. You can replace your media. It has recommended intervals here. Looks like every 50 hours or 30 days. 50 hours of printer, I'm assuming, and I could probably verify this on their site, but I'm assuming this is 50 hours of printing or 30 days of idle. Kind of like they say for your oil on your car, every 3,000 miles or 3 months. Cool, I like that. So now I'm going to shove this wire into the electronics compartment so we can get to it when we turn this thing over to hook that fan up. All right, so let's go here. What was that? Oh, we've got those printed pieces in here that keep moving around, so let's get those out of there. Wire came through here. We're going to take this off. Go. And this one off. Nick Young, these are all supplied in the kit. They're kind of a pain to, there we go, to snap off sometimes. So now we're going to go in here, down here, in here, and then we're probably going to go, I'm going to go into this input here. I don't know what, here, let's check. Let's check where I want to go. Let's Go to the LDO docs. Voron, the 2.4 kit, and the wiring guide. So if you remember us going through here, it does outline where the accessories are intended to be plugged in. That makes sense, glue stick. The carbon wearing out just from sitting in the environment. Did I say anything here? No. If we go through here, there are some of these tables, and one of these should be, I think, will tell us the Nevermore fan. Not using those. Chamber thermistor. See, you're wiring this with USB instead of UART. What's the pros and cons of the two types of connections? Really, from a setup complication point of view, the USB is going to be easier. And that's probably the way they should go with a kit like this, is to... there are extra steps you have to do to use UART for your communication. The advantage to the UART, I think the biggest advantage would just be you can have a little cleaner wire setup because you don't have to deal with big USB connectors. I don't see a recommendation. Without a recommendation, oh, filter fan, fan 3. Which is fan 3? That should be the fourth one over, right? Fan 0, 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay. Sparta 3D and Fabrico have carbon. I'll have to order some from. I probably have things I could order from either of them right now. And the Weekend Warrior, 50 hours being a bit short is why I haven't paid a lot of attention to this mod. It seems like a lot of maintenance. See ya, Joseph. Viking Cat brings up a good point, and when we mentioned it, I think before, where there are some here. These pictures, here, this one up here is an obvious one. That's some corrosion in your printer, accelerated corrosion from having the wrong carbon. So be careful. Okay, we are going to go right about here, so I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to make a quick label, so give me half a moment. Okay, sorry about that. Just wanted to label this like the rest of them. I'm just labeling it filter. I'll end up grabbing some of the filter media. Maybe I'll change my thoughts on it. Maybe it's the best thing ever. Okay, quick crimp and strip and crimp and almost done. Curious how much charge I've got on that camera. I'm really disappointed that I didn't think to plug it in right away to get it charging. Okay, one more little piece. Okay, where did I put the, there it is. Confirm all my connections are right. A little bit of heat, just a second. See if I can. Go. We're going to go port fan 3. Now, there. Right, like that. In here. That. Is there anything special that it's supposed to do with the macros? I guess, are there any examples on the Nevermore site? I guess we'll check. There we go. Plug this back in. Turns it on when the heater bed is at target. Echo 2 Papa 2. I have just a brother, just this guy. I don't know what model this is. It's a PT D600. And I just use these generic heat shrink labels off of Amazon. Comes in super handy. Okay. to consider this build done, now we need to put the bottom panel on. Now that we're buttoned up here, let's put the bottom panel on. And if you were on stream earlier, you heard me say I already pulled the acrylic stuff off. So let's set this in place. And then we got all our print in place. That one is being a bear. What am I? When will all the updates for Voron 2 come out? The plan is before the LDO kit is in people's hands. Okay, where are my 3x8s? These on. I can open it up if they don't spin. But since it's on its side, I don't want to have to, if I test it first, then I definitely have to turn it back on its side. Everything is kind of in the right spot right here, so I'm just going to make a little bit of, since I've been touching this, a little bit of alcohol and clean the surfaces around there. Hey Stuart, welcome. I'm just going to, so I used to do this by pushing my finger through the, there we go, that'll work. Pushing my finger through the hexes and hold on, I gotta redo this one. And pushing the acrylic into the piece, pushing the panel into the piece. There we go. But we closed up the skirt on the back. So I gotta go in from the side. There we go. Okay, those. And now the side pieces. Don't do that. Thread this in, and then push the panel into it. There we go. Push the panel into it. There we go. Yep, it'll open when this is done. These back ones are hinges. one more, and is that right? The printer will be officially complete. It's not officially complete. I got something else I forgot, but it's really close. I'll show you in a minute. Okay, so all of those are on. Now we can undo these screws. It might be a snug fit. The feet stick out a little more on. Oh, look at that. Not even a snug fit with the. Push all of these in. Make sure I got them all nice and secured. But check it out. All of these on. No, when I was building this before, I forgot to print something. It's the front cover for the rear exhaust. Okay, so all that's back on. Let's set this thing back. We're gonna go here. So the other side of this. So let's see how I'm gonna do this. Let's take this off. This is a little piece that LDO made. I think we're going to put 2 heat set inserts in right here, so I didn't actually even have to take that off in the way that this is set. I'm just going to put the heat sets right in there. Put this back on. Let's give it a little better angle. Two heat sets. Turn that on. See what I dropped on the floor. Ooh. I'm like dropping a hot. Oh, shoot. Oh, that was. Gotta wait a second now. I accidentally left the soldering iron on solder. Left the soldering iron on solder mode, so. That over there. This is the hot swap. There. I didn't want to wait. That on. Heat this up. And get this thing pushed in. There we go. There. Glue stick. Yep. Like Viking Cut said, it's Lulzbot. It's KVP Lulzbot Green. Now, if you notice, I had set this thing up in there intending to resolve all of this. I don't know how long that screw needs to be. I'm going to try a 12 millimeter. I think I can get away with an 8. So I'm going to swap that out with an 8. What kind of tip do I use? I bought a kit of these little brass for my Weller WES 51. So finding ones for that were a little more difficult than some of the others. Yep, 8 millimeter worked fine. There. It just kind of finishes it off in here. Power it back on. And while that's powering on, let's go look at the Nevermore GitHub again. I have a good bit of trouble getting filament to go through to the other PTFE tube on the inside. What am I doing wrong? If you have any ideas, seems like it's not lining up. So, Pepper, let me see what I have around here. This, the PTFE tube, is this one you're talking about that sticks out of the hot end? You want this to be 10 millimeters above this flat surface. Not above this raised surface here. This is the other style. You see, as a cone there, you want 10 millimeters above this flat surface to the top of this PTFE tube, and that's assuming you're running the Clockwork 1 or something, or Clockwork 2. That changes slightly depending on if you're running a Galileo, or I think it might change for the LGX. In addition to this being the right length, I recommend chamfering the inside of this end of it, not the other end that goes into the hot end, but this end. Use something like a nice sharp countersink bit, 60-degree countersink bit, to just give a little chamfer to that inside edge. We're just finishing up the Nevermore, Tiny. KDB424, in your opinion, of all Voron designs, what printer has been the most reliable in terms of working every time without retune or issue? I mean, it's unrealistic to expect any 3D printer right now to meet that criteria. There's always going to be something. I mean, anybody who's been doing this for a while knows that. Of the printers, my experience is in, and I'm not talking to any camera now because I don't have it, but my experience has been with Prusa Mark III, the Voron lineup, but that's about it. I had a CR10. Of the printers that I maintain and use regularly, they seem to hit some level of reliability, given that you're still going to have to tweak your first layer often. You're going to have to do all this other stuff. So I know that's another non-answer, but okay. We were going back to the Nevermore page, and are there any suggestions here on macros or configuration? There are nothing. So let's turn the printer. Printer is on. We are connected. We are connecting the filter exhaust to PD13. Let's find out, did LDO set up anything in the default config on PD13? Yes. So they have a section here, and this is the heater fan exhaust fan. So this is nice. We are on pin PD13. That's what they recommend we connect to. We're going to run at max power, shutdown speed, kickstart time. I don't know if that's needed. We're going to base this turning on by the bed, and they're having it turn on at 60 degrees. Let's do that. Let's leave it right here. Although you probably might not want to turn this on until the bed's heated up, so you don't slow down that heat up time. So today we're just going to get to the point of functional. So, because we're coming up on 4 hours now. I want to just get to a point where what we've done today works. So we've done input shaper, we've done some finishing up of configuration and assembly. Now we want to make sure that the fan setup that I put in here, the Nevermore V5, is functional. So let's save and restart. Thanks, FDA VPOC. Appreciate that. I am. I'm so floored by the comments I get, and it really makes me happy. It makes me excited to keep doing these. Are you going to do upgrades like Klipper screen on this kit? Maybe. I like having a touchscreen. We'll see. Okay, let's go back and let's just home all. Make sure everything's good. And now I think we just let's set the bed temperature. Let's just set it to 70. It takes a little bit to get there. Well, it turns on anyway. It's on right now. Why is it on right now? As soon as I set a bed temperature, it turned on. So let's look at our settings. Super Smash, I set it to 100. I bumped it up from last stream. Shouldn't this heater temp is 60, so this should start once the heater hits 60, right? We do, as soon as the heater is active, the fan starts. Oh, sorry. Need to define the fan as a temperature fan. Just like the hot end, when you turn it on, it kicks on. How would I change this? Instead of heater fan, that will cause it to be on when the heater is on. Let's do that. Option min temp and section temperature fan must be specified. Okay. I don't know. Just make sure. Yeah. Option max temp. Well, fine. Well, this is just leading me down quite a road. I need to set a sensor type. What is this control watermark? I feel like I need to do a little bit of educating myself on this. That's nice, Mrs. K. Thank you. So do I go here and copy this and put it down there? Basically defining the bed sensor. Do I define it again? It seems like that would give me an error. You can post a link here in chat, Jared. I can't easily get to Discord right now. You should be able to post a link. Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm here, but I'm a little puzzled at what I actually put for the temperature. Can I redefine? Can I use the same? Can I reuse the bed settings? Where was that? Heater bed. Can I reuse this? Oh shoot. And then I would imagine this gets commented out, right like that. Oh. Yeah, see, I can't do that. It says PF3 can use multiple times in config. I don't get this. I don't get how this is supposed to be set up, and it bugs me. That bugs me. Temperature triggered cooling fans. A temperature fan is a fan that will be enabled whenever its associated sensor is above a set temperature. But it just told me. It just told me that I can't use that temperature pin twice. I can't use this twice. How do I define that? No, it's not a second order. We'll be done here within 15 or 20 minutes. I'm going to call it. I'll be calling it. We're there. This is some configuration stuff I need to educate myself on, I guess. Let's just do this. We want to see this thing I don't care about this. I'll figure this out, and I'll show the config in the next stream. Now, let's try. Because I'm about burned. I got a little piece of. Here, let's see if I can move this. Little piece of tissue. See if we can get a. Ah. It's blowing pretty good at 100%. See ya, Raker. Yeah, it's doing pretty good. That's at 100%, and these fans are pretty loud. Let's go to the config and turn this down to half speed and see if they'll run. Let's see what happens at half speed. There we go. Hey, Space Knight. That's the Nevermore V5 filter setup. It's a little cartridge style carbon filter that I don't have any carbon in. I imagine that without carbon in here, I'm going to want to run this really low. Let's wrap this up. Let's probably call it in about 10 minutes if you guys want to chat for a little bit. Let me see if the other camera will turn back on now. I'll check that out, Eric. Thank you. Let me see if my other camera will turn on now. Yeah, it's got some. It's got some battery life. Let me see if I can get this. Give me a second. It's gonna go blank here in a second. Sweet. Now, should be back to the other microphone. Can you hear me? Hi, Crid from Germany. We will be doing Stealth Burner, don't worry. Stealth Burner will go on here. Awesome. Okay. I've got a little bit of battery life. It charged up pretty good for that 40 minutes or so. Oh. There we go. Charlie. I'm going to wake him up. Get the next Charlie visit. He needs to be woken up. Right now, I'm on the built-in ZV1 mic. Gosh. $6.99, Cato, thank you. Yeah, no more cone. He's doing good. See you, Angie. A little hollow. Okay. Which was better? Because you guys heard me switch over to the Logitech camp mic. Space Knight. So that front fan is to run circulate the air in the chamber through a carbon filter is the intent, to remove any things from the air. Yeah, on my list of things to research for the stream is a better camera, a better microphone. I misspoke. I've got great cameras now. I'm fortunate. That's funny, Pex Peppers. That's full-on dad joke right there. Yeah, Sanity, I'll probably go with some sort of lav mic solution. So Space Knight, in this case, we don't have a rear exhaust fan. It's just a blank plate that LDO supplies. Well, they supply a file to do that. Oh boy. Lots of standing. You could do that, Kosh, but this keeps it more kind of, you can grab panels from anyone, right? You could get the ACM panels or something from Printed Solid without having to do any changes. Justin 3D and Tracy, thank you. You guys have a good day too, you folks. But yeah, we're another step. So this was some of the accessories that came with the LDO kit, the Nevermore stuff, and the input shaping configuration. The next things will be clicky, and then some stealth burner stuff after that. So Ken Gross, $5. Glad Charlie is feeling like himself. Yep, he's just as clingy as ever. G Natty, thank you. The other mic was better. Okay. Well, there's definitely some microphone improvements that can happen. But little bit at a time. He is okay. Well, here we are again. I guess I'm just gonna be yeah, Charlie's bald tail. Let's see. Yep. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't want him to jump down. He's happy. Have a good one, Ken. Thank you. Yeah, Nero's dog up on his shoulders. That would be hilarious. Loaf. 10 pounds. Thank you for the great stream, for Charlie's diet appropriate treats. Thank you. I'll do some looking around and research some of the suggestions you guys have said on the macros for this. Talk into the microphone. I got a backup microphone right here. Yeah, I usually go to the bedroom and just lay down and he'll jump off. You're welcome, Jaeger. Yeah, well, I'll be back next week. Yeah, I'm gonna spend tomorrow working on a workbench. I got tomorrow off. It's Martin Luther King Jr. Day, so I might spend tomorrow working on a workbench. I had thought about trying to do a stream doing something non-V2, but I think there we're gonna cut it because I'm getting a little uncomfortable and I got to get him off my back safely. So once again, thank you everybody. This has been a blast. Now that I've done input shaper, because I haven't used this printer much this week because I wanted to do the input shaper tuning. Now that I've done, I'm going to get some prints done on this. So, Tracy Moon, I'm just going to build a little custom 3-foot wide workbench so I have more room for more printers. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna sit down and let Charlie sit on my lap because that's all he wants. And I will see you guys next weekend. Thanks again. Bye.